Well, it's a special edition of Sunday Night Baseball on Easter Sunday between the San Diego Padres and the Atlanta Braves. That is all coming your way next here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Well, a happy Sunday and happy Easter to everyone out there. Thank you guys for tuning in to the throw-in and to the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. My name is Justin, and we got a very special Sunday night edition of Major League Baseball between the San Diego Padres and the Atlanta Braves. Game 4 of a 4-game series about to wrap up tonight, and what a weekend it has been in the world of Major League Baseball. And I think we have ourselves a pretty interesting matchup here tonight, and that's why we chosen to call this afternoon's ball game between the San Diego Padres and the Atlanta Braves. I hope everyone's had themselves a happy Easter, but the fun is not over quite yet. Whether you guys are enjoying spring, your spring breaks from school, it has been a very beautiful and gorgeous weekend wherever you guys have been at. And it continues tonight between the Padres and the Braves. Game 4 of a 4-game series that started all back on Thursday when the Atlanta Braves hit a walk-off single to win the game on the final score 7-6 from Orlando Arcia. But the tale of the take is that these two teams is very excited to be watching and listening and paying attention to because they're really getting going. These are two teams that made postseason playoffs last year. The Atlanta Braves ended up going to the postseason thanks to after a tough divisional series year for the Atlanta Braves, where the New York Mets in the division throughout majority of the year, and then the very last weekend series, the Atlanta Braves came through, pull away a victory, and clinched the NL East. The San Diego Padres, surprisingly, they advanced to the National League Championships after falling short to the Philadelphia Phillies. So there's high expectations from both teams that when we look and when we talk about both the San Diego Padres and the Atlanta Braves here, and it's going to be a fun game on both sides, and I'm excited to sit here and talk to you guys about the game and call play-by-play and have another baseball game ahead for you. So today's pregame show is given to you thanks to StreamYard Studios, proud home of the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel, where you can create podcasts, videos, host virtual business meetings, and even conduct videos or interviews. Check out their free version today at StreamYard.com. All right, what's in store for the pregame show as we get ready for game time? Well, game time expected to tip off first pitch 7:08 scheduled time, but we're gonna take a break and we have our out of town scoreboard update coming your way, and then we'll also dive into the pitching matchup and our thoughts for the game. So thank you guys for tuning in to the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Thank you guys for tuning into Sunday Night Baseball. And thank you for tuning into the pregame show for the San Diego Padres and Atlanta Braves. We'll come on back, get you out of town scoreboard and much more. You guys are listening to the pregame show here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Sunday Night Baseball here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Thank you guys for once again checking us out for some Major League Baseball here on the finest afternoon of Easter weekend. We are excited to be calling the Atlanta Braves and the San Diego Padres game, which will be getting underway in about 30 minutes. You guys are listening to the pregame show. Thanks to Epidemic Sound. Discover your world-class artists, composers, and bands. Find the perfect soundtrack and give your social media accounts the music they deserve. Epidemic Sound is a royalty-free music link. For more information, check out epidemicsound.com. Well, the Padres are coming in to tonight's game, winning the last 2 of the 3 against the Atlanta Braves, as they fell short back on Thursday. Final score 7-1, thanks to a walk-off game-winning single from Orlando Arcia. And it's also been a home run. Every, 5 players, 5 different batters has hit home runs in this series so far. The Padres picked up game 2 on Friday night with a 5-4 victory, and Marcell Ozuna hit a home run for the Atlanta Braves. And then yesterday, the Padres and Juan Soto with the solo home run picked up a victory. Final score 4-1 to wrap things up in a 3-game series tonight before they go on their way with the schedule that is at hand for them. Last time we called a game between the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds just a little over a week ago, and we displayed the game tracker, which was ahead of time. Expecting to somewhat do the same thing here. We will see closer to time depending how things go. All right, let's get to the out-of-town scoreboard. There's plenty of games that finished up earlier today, starting off in Boston, where the Red Sox beat the Tigers. Final score 4-1. Then we jump over to Tampa Bay as the Rays shut out the Oakland Athletics 11-0. The Pittsburgh Pirates shut out the White Sox 1-0. And then we've seen the Yankees beat the Baltimore Orioles 5-3. Final in 12 innings, the Cleveland Guardians beat the Seattle Mariners 7-6. Miami Marlins beat the New York Mets. Final score 7-2. The Houston Astros beat the Minnesota Twins in Minnesota 5-1. The St. Louis Cardinals fall short to the Milwaukee Brewers. Final score 6-1. The Chicago Cubs lose to the Texas Rangers as the Rangers avoid a sweep. And the final score 8-2. The Nationals fall short to the Rockies 7-6. And then the Giants beat the Kansas City Royals 3-1. The Philadelphia Phillies lose to the Cincinnati Reds. Final score 6-4. And current games in process still left to be played is the Blue Jays are up 10-6 against the Los Angeles Angels in the bottom of the 8th inning. And then the Dodgers are down 11-5 as well in the bottom of the 8th inning. That is your out-of-town scoreboard on the TNC Sports Talk pregame show. Hey, take a look at the quick standings here before we cut to another break, especially as these two teams look to get battle between the Padres and the Atlanta Braves. The Atlanta Braves come into today's game 6-3, currently in first place above the New York Mets, who are 5-5. The Miami Marlins are 4-6. Philadelphia Phillies are 3-6. Followed by the Washington Nationals, 3-7. Over there in the National League West, the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Los Angeles Dodgers, and the San Diego Padres are both 5-4, as the Colorado Rockies, or as the San Francisco Giants, are 4-5, and the Colorado Rockies are 4-6 as of right now. A couple of interesting topics leading around Major League Baseball. The Tampa Bay Rays had kicked off a 9-game winning streak to begin the season, as they're currently comfortable in the first place, 3 games above the New York Yankees. The Milwaukee Brewers are also on a hot streak. 7-2 of the last 10 games so far played in this season. They are currently leading the National League Central um, in the standing stats. Let me look here. Atlanta Braves stats here for batting for the regular 2023 season so far. Heading into tonight's game, Matt Olson leads in the batting average, home runs, and RBIs, as well as on-base percentage, slugging percentage, and OPS. Hits, doubles across the scoreboard. Strikeouts also in this case, as Acuna, right, is the other guy in the list for the Atlanta Braves, who leads in stolen bases, runs scored, and caught stealing and at bats with 39 for the Braves. As the pitching wise, Strider leads with the ERA and strikeouts. Strider leads with the WHIP and BAA, as well as innings pitched for the Atlanta Braves. Over at the Padres side of things, as statistics go, Bogart's leads the batting average, home runs, RBIs, on base percentage, slugging percentage, and OPS. Hits, and that's it. As we also see Manny Machado, or not Manny Machado, Manny Machado leads at bats, and Juan Soto lead at 7 walks. Over there on the pitching side of thing, Michael Wacha leads with ERA, wins, strikeouts, WHIP, BAA, innings pitched. For Hader, leads with saves and saves opportunities. Alrighty, let's take a break, and when we come on back, we'll talk a little bit about the pitching and what do we expect in tonight's ball game between the San Diego Padres and the Atlanta Braves. You guys are listening to the pregame show here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Tonight's pregame show is given to you thanks to Enlighten Studios, a lot more than just a corporation. Enlighten Studios provides support in up-and-coming, growing in platforms such as film, theater, play productions, and much more. They also offer a voluntary service back to the community of the great city of Cincinnati. Upcoming these festivals that are joining us this summer, the Italian Festival in June, as well as the Taco Festival. And then in July, we have the Celtic Festival. If you guys are looking to volunteer and want to learn more about the Enlighten Studios program, head on over, please email enlightenstudios.cincy@gmail.com. Alrighty, the Braves and the Atlanta Braves and the San Diego Padres. The Padres come into today's game 5-4, picking up the last 2 of the 3 victories against the Atlanta Braves heading into this Game 4 series. They will be taking off to New York to begin a 3-game series against the New York Mets tomorrow. But before they could do that, they got to finish the job in Atlanta, facing off the Atlanta Braves. The Atlanta Braves come into this series 6-3. They will be staying home tomorrow to face the Cincinnati Reds, as Bryce Elder is scheduled to be on the mound taking on Graham Ashcraft for tomorrow night's Braves-Red coverage. And, listen, this is a potential postseason early look. And I know we're only in April, but these are 2 really good teams, and they look like they're going to be in 2 really tough divisions this year in the National League. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the pregame show, the Atlanta Braves, they had to fight 162 games last season to come down to the last weekend series, and that happened against the Mets, who ended up holding on to the first place spot of the NL East majority of the season. And for the Padres, they found themselves back into the wild card spot, and by surprise, they came to the NL Championship Series against the Philadelphia Phillies. So there's a lot of high expectations from both of these teams. But the interesting thing is that it's all about pitching. This is a huge pitching scenario if you are, both the Braves or the Padres. The Padres have had history early on in this season to back themselves in on the bullpen and the success that the bullpen doesn't have. And they don't have all the guys healthy for the bullpen, so they're going to really rely on tonight's starter, Seth Lugo, as we take a look at Seth, as he will be making the Padres' second game starting tonight. He pitched last time out on April 2nd against the Colorado Rockies. He ended up winning the game after going 7 innings, 4 hits, giving up 1 run and 1 strikeout. His ERA is 1.29 coming into tonight's game. 2011 draft pick from the New York Mets. And, we're looking for him in the back end of this rotation to really eat some innings, go 6, 7, 8 innings, give the Padres a couple of insurance runs and protection so that we could get into the bullpen and go with, Josh Hader. If the Padres don't, we may see some struggles like we did back on Thursday night. For the Atlanta Braves, we will see the left-handed pitcher Dylan Dodds, age 24, coming up, 3rd-round pick of the 2021 draft by the Atlanta Braves. He last pitched back on April 4th at St. Louis. He ended up picking up the victory after going 5 innings, giving up 6 hits, 1 run, and 3 strikeouts. That is your pitching summary for tonight's ball game, and that will wrap up our pre-game show. Coming up is the Atlanta Braves and the San Diego Padres, Game 4, Sunday Night Baseball edition, coming your way here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. I want to thank everyone for tuning in, and stay tuned for more action. If you guys are liking the product that we provide, please make sure you hit that like, share, and subscribe button wherever you guys are at. Thank you guys for tuning in. Padres or Braves coming up next here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. It is a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Happy Easter to everyone who is listening and tuning in to the Sunday night baseball between the Atlanta Braves and the San Diego Padres. Thank you guys, everyone, for tuning in and making all of this possible. It has been a wonderful turn of events, and we're over the weekend, and we're back at it again, calling you guys another baseball game. Last time we talked about baseball, this was a little over a week ago. We called the opening day between the Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds. Now we get a chance to do that between the Padres and the Atlanta Braves as they wrap up a 4-game series where the Padres have gotten the upper hand, losing game one thanks to a walk-off single from Orlando Arcia to pick up the victory 7-6. The Padres have come back both Friday and Saturday, picking up victories. And I think that has to be thanks to the pitching rotation that the Padres have. I mean, back on Friday night, we saw Nick Martinez, who pitched 4 2/3, giving up 4 hits, 4 runs. But then the bullpen looked pretty solid. Okay. And that's something typical out of the starting pitching. But then yesterday, we saw Michael Waka, who came in, pitched 6 innings, giving up 2 hits. And it's the starting pitching that seems to be giving the Padres the upper hand because, boy, the bullpen for the San Diego has its fair shares of ups and downs. And so, this is, they're leading the series so far 2-1, but we're coming in game 4 to wrap up a 4-game series before both of them, they go on for their new direction. San Diego Padres are going to be throwing out Seth Lugo as the Atlanta Braves will be throwing out Dylan Dodds to start the pitching for tonight's action. All right, let's step aside. Let's come on back and give you the starting lineup for both squads. You guys are listening to Padres and Braves here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. tonight's coverage of the San Diego Padres and Atlanta Braves stream here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel is given to you thanks to StreamYard Studios. Create your podcasts, videos, host virtual business meetings, and even conduct interviews thanks to StreamYard.com, the proud home of the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. We are back here covering the Padres and the Atlanta Braves to wrap up a Easter weekend full of sports and entertainment. And we're going to get down to the lineup, starting off with the home team penciled in by Brian Snicker. The 6-3 Braves put out, leading off in right field is Ronald Acuna Jr. Batting second at first base is Matt Olson. Batting third at third base is Austin Riley. Batting fourth at second base is Ozzie Albies. Batting fifth, the catching behind the plate is Sean Murphy. I have Eddie Rosario playing left field, batting sixth. The designated hitter batting seventh is Marcell Ozuna. Batting eighth at shortstop is Orlando Arcia. And batting ninth, the center fielder is Sam Hillard. You have Acuna Jr., Olson, Riley, Albies, Murphy, Rosario, Ozuna, Arcia, and Hillard for the Atlanta Braves. Now for the San Diego Padres starting lineup penciled in by Bob Melvin. The 5-4 Padres start things off with the shortstop Alexander Bogaerts coming into today's game, batting .333, and we'll talk about him here in just a moment. Batting second at third base is Manny Machado. Batting third in left field is Juan Soto. The cleanup hitter and the designated hitter will be Nelson Cruz. Batting fifth at first base is Jake Cronenworth. Ha-Sung Kim will be playing second base, and he'll be batting sixth. Doing the catching behind the plate, batting seventh is Austin Nola. Batting eighth in center field is Trent Grisham. And batting ninth, the right fielder, Jose Azocar. There's Bogaerts, Machado, Soto, Cruz, Cronenworth, Kim, Nola, Grisham, and Azocar for the starting lineup for the San Diego Padres. And here we're just getting ready for the telecast. Watch this game on ESPN or listen to it on the radio for both the Atlanta Braves and the San Diego Padres. Played tonight at 7:10 from Truist Park. We're just awaiting the first pitch. This is a playoff atmosphere weekend, as well as seeing a big but seeing two teams that could very well see each other at some point in October. Both expected big things from both groups, and this weekend has shown everything but that, or everything and some more. Going to get you guys the game tracker as soon as it pops up. The Atlanta Braves are on the field ready to go. Warming up. Padres are ready to bat. We're just waiting for the first pitch. Game 4 of a 4-game series where the Padres, who currently sit second in the NL West right now, are taking the series so far 2-1 after winning Friday and Saturday against the Braves. And the first place Atlanta Braves in the NL East come in today's game 6-3. Starting pitcher for the Atlanta Braves, it will be Dylan Dodd, third-round pick of the 2021 MLB draft. He has a slider, four-seam, and changeup. And we'll see a lot of four seams and a lot of changeup out of him tonight. As Alexander Bogarts gets settled in to the plate. And we are ready for some action for the Padres and the Braves. And here's the first pitch that's in there, called for strike one. We're working on getting you some gameplay action. This is one hit right back to second base to Albies, and one's gone. The San Diego Padres are wearing their gray pinstripe uniforms with the brown letterings and yellow stitching. As Manny Machado steps in, takes first pitch, strike one. Let's get you the right information here. This one is in there, called for a strike. Here's the 0-2, flied out to right field. And to make the grab is the right fielder, Ronald Acuna Jr. Juan Soto comes up. He's batting 182, 2 home runs, 5 RBIs. The Atlanta Braves are wearing the white tops, white bottoms, blue names, stitching for names. As the first pitch is down low for a ball. Red letterings also. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. Here's the pitch, that's down low. Two balls, one strike here for Juan Soto. That one's up high in the corner, called for a strike. It's 2-2. Umpires for tonight's ball game, doing the balls and strikes behind the plate, is Nick Lentz. At first base is Jeremy Rehak, excuse me. Second base is Paul Emel, and third base is Chad Fairchild. Here's the pitch. This one's fouled to left field side. Two and two the count to Juan Soto. As I mentioned, it's going to be a nice, interesting game. Playoff atmosphere early in the month of April. This one's hit lined back to first base. It's going to get away to Olson and roll into right field for a base hit from Juan Soto. Was an exit velocity of 98.9 miles an hour. And that one, nice attempt from Mont Olson, gets away from its glove, and Soto's up. Nelson Cruz steps up. This one's a swing and a miss for a strike one. He's batting 250 with a home run and 3 RBIs in today's ballgame. A runner on first with 2 away. Another swing and a miss for Nelson Cruz. It's quickly 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch. This is hacked to second for Ozzy Albies. He'll step on the bag, and that will retire the side. The Atlanta Braves come up to bat. You guys are listening to the Padres and Braves here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Bottom of the first here for the Atlanta Braves. Due up is Ronald Acuna Jr., Matt Olson, and Austin Riley. As the Braves come into tonight's ball game first in the NL East under manager Brian Snitker. And this is a powerful hitting team. A lot of runs scored in this first handful of games, not even 10 games played yet. And you see Matt Olson, 361, 3 home runs, and 10 RBIs. First pitch to Acuna is inside for a ball. We have Seth Lugo on the mound for the Padres. Seth Lugo is 1-0 with a 1.29 ERA. In the one game he started, here's the pitch, and that's in there on the inside corner, called for a strike. Last season, his ERA was 3.6 in 65 innings. His strikeout percentage was 25%. The 1-1 count, that's up high. It is 2-1. Last game Lugo pitched was back last Sunday on April 2nd against the Colorado Rockies. He went 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, and 7 strikeouts. A 1-2 pitch is down in the dirt. It's 3-1 to Acuna. Olson's up next. He has 10 RBIs with 3 home runs, batting .361 so far this year. Here's the 3-1. Inside, called for a strike. Acuna shaking his head, doesn't agree with that. And it's now a full count. It's been the Padres bullpen here, or rotation here, that's really been helping them out early on. Here's a 3-2. That's one down in below the knees for a ball 4. First inning walk. And now Matt Olson. If you guys are watching this on our YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter, we thank you. Hit that like button and share it with a friend. Let us know that we're here on Easter weekend for baseball, Sunday night baseball action. You guys are also paying attention through the game tracker that I have sharing on my screen. First pitch to Matt Olson outside for a ball, 1-0. Here's the set from Lugo. And the pitch, that's in there, not given the call. It's 2-0. But if you guys are looking and monitoring through the game tracker that I have displayed on the screen, I want to apologize that my connection is a little behind from what the game tracker has. So as I call it and you can see the play is already there, there's the 2-0 fouled back, then you will, unfortunately, we're not synced together, and unfortunately, there's no way. And I want to give you guys something to watch, something to pay attention to other than just having the audio of the game. And so, yeah, this is the best that I could possibly do for you. 2-1 the count to Matt Olson. Here's the pitch that's in there, called strike. And I'm technically not trying to follow this, just wanting to pay attention to the game that we're watching here. Here's a throwback to first. Although I'll learn that I need to look at this a little bit, because then when the game, plays being made, I can know who they're referring to. Here's the 2-2 pitch, hit it right to first, Cronenworth. And Cronenworth catches it, throws it over to short, back to Cronenworth at first to tag the base, and it's 2 outs. So it looks like, 1 out. Excuse me. Here's the first pitch to Riley. That one's up high for a ball. 1-0. So Matt Olson's on the first. Here's the 1-0 count. Tipped it foul on a check swing. Handful of home runs in this series. 3 games, 5 home runs from a combination of both teams. A hefty swing and a miss. Count goes 1-2. We'll have our out of town scoreboard and also our trivia question from both teams in today's ball game. This one's check swing on the outside plate. Didn't go around. It's 2-2. 10 hits, 7 of them with 2 strikeouts for Riley. This one's on the outside in the left-hander batter box, and the count is full. Olson's on first, 1 away. Ozzy Albies up next. Here's the 3-2. This one's fouled back into the stands, into the crowd. As the Braves wrap up this series here tonight, they will stay home for a 3-game series with the Cincinnati Reds beginning tomorrow night at 7:20. The Padres will head on over to New York to face the Mets at 7:10. Here's the 3-2 count. This one is chopped fouled again. Replayed 3-2. And has been pitching for the Padres, particularly in the rotation, helps with Michael Wacha. And once you get to that bullpen, it's going to be scarce. Here's a one-hander miss grab by Machado. And we find ourselves with 2 runners on and 1 away here in the first. It's a nice soft line right back up the middle on the left field side a little bit. Lugo passed it. Machado was trying to one-hand grab it, but missed it. And everyone's safe. So a base hit in the record for Austin Riley now. And we will see Ozzy Albies, 222, a home run and 4 RBIs this season. Here's the first pitch. That's in there, called for a strike. 0-1. Called a lot of games towards the end of last year at Truist Park in the Braves as they were battling a close NL East division race between them and the New York Mets. If you guys didn't get a chance to tune in last year, here's the 0-1 pitch. That's in there, called for a strike. It's 0-2. Didn't get a chance to tune into any of that. It was an exciting time. It got me off the edge of my seat. And we're expected a lot still from the Braves. Another top team name in the NL East here. Swing and a miss. And Albies goes down out number 2. And we're expected this year to call more ball games, called the Cincinnati Reds and the Pirates early on last week. Got this game going on. And going to expect to call a lot more. So if you guys love baseball just as much as I do, stay tuned. We got a lot to go, a lot to cover here this season. We're only in the month of April. Sean Murphy steps up. This one's chopped right up to Bogarts at short. Underhands it to Ha-Seong Kim at second for out number 3. Heading to the second, no score. You guys are listening to the Padres and Braves here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. 5, 6, and 7 due up for the Padres here in the top of the second inning. That it will be Jake Cronenworth, Ha-Seong Kim, and Austin Nola. As we look at Dylan Dodds, the starting pitcher for the Atlanta Braves, 24-year-old, coming out of the Atlanta Braves 2021 draft pick, round 3 overall. He's currently 1-0 on the season. Last pitched was back on the 4th of April. This first pitch to Cronenworth is up high and in, 1-0. He went 5 innings, giving up 6 hits, 1 run, 3 strikeouts. The 1-0 pitch is fouled left side, 1-1. And he recorded the win against the St. Louis Cardinals. Young guy went to Southeast Missouri State. This is the 1-1 pitch, and this bolted eye left field back to the warning track off the bottom of the wall, rounding into second, sliding in safe is Cronenworth. And with nobody out, we got a runner on in the second inning. Now, this was a nice hit by Cronenworth, and I thought for a moment it was going to be gone out of the ballpark. It was a sharp line drive to right field. Cooney played it on a hop that hit the bottom of the wall. This is the third double for Cronenworth this season. And now we have Ha-Seong Kim, who is batting .250, a home run, and an RBI. Here's the first pitch. This is hit, bolted out to left center field, and that is going to get off the wall. Coming in to score is Cronenworth as he gets the go around third, and Kim comes in standing up at second. It's 1-0 Padres. Couple of back-to-back doubles for the Friars gives them an early lead, and that's what this series has been all about. And that's what's exciting watching both of these teams with the Braves and the Padres. You know, once they get going, there's just no stopping. It doesn't matter who's pitching. And that's going to be a struggle for Dylan Dodd if this type of stuff continues throughout the course of tonight's ball game. Here's the first pitch to Nola. Swing and a miss for a strike 1. Ha-Seong Kim, 4th double on the season, add another RBI to his resume. Padres out front, 1-0 with nobody on. This one's outside for a ball, 1-1. And Dodd's going to have to slow things down. He debuted back on Tuesday. This is his second outing of his major league career. Here's a pitch fouled. And all those new rookies moving forward, debut players will get little patches to put on their uniforms. I just haven't seen Dodd's patch quite yet. 1-2 count to Nola. And here's the pitch. One's outside. Kim's on second, nobody out. Left-handed pitcher. Dodd makes his delivery to the mound. This is fouled. Count remains 2-2. This is why we call ball games, right? Born and raised Elk Grove, Illinois. This one's shot foul again for Dodds. Welcome to the big league, kid. So far, this sequence for pitches, fastballs, and sliders. And here's the next pitch. It's inside. Worked himself to a full count. It's 3-2. Trent Grissom's up next. He has a couple RBIs on the season. Looking to drive in more runs and extend the Padres' lead. Here's the pitch. Fly ball out to left field. That's going to stay in. make the grab is Eddie Rosario for one away. Kim stays at second. I mean, to be honest, and the ball's going to fly, but a lot of these balls that are hit looks like they're going to get out of the ballpark. And with the wind factor, who knows? Grisham steps in. Here's the pitch. Outside for a ball. 1-0. First pitch tonight, 7:11 p.m. Power blown left to right. So expect that ball hit on the right field side to carry a little bit more than left field. Explains the out from Nola. Here's a pitch, swing, and a miss. It's 1-1. We started looking last time we called ball games. We had to adjust to ourselves with some new Major League Baseball rules, the elimination of the shift. 2 players on the infield on each side of the bag. This one's inside and is 2-1. Got to have 2 guys on each side of the second base bag and cannot cross. And what we're seeing is the test and people getting used to the new rules. And, you normally in this scenario, here's the 2-1 pitch. That's up high. It's 3-1. But we'll see frustration throughout the course of the year because we're seeing the elimination of the shift, the pitch clock, as that timer is already clicking below 5. Here's a hit, fly ball out to right field for Acuna. Steps onto the warning track and 2 away. Ha-Seong Kim advances 90 feet. And Azokar comes up first at bat as we reach the 9th batter of the lineup so far here in the early innings. Here's the first pitch. This one's hit, fly ball out to right field. Coming over to their left side is Acuna, and that will end the inning. The Padres scored 1, left a runner 90 feet away from home as they go jump out front 1-0. The TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel recently supported Enlighten Studios in their recent project in theater production, Love's Not Enough. We broadcasted live there yesterday and Friday as we got a chance to sit down and talk with cast members about Love's Not Enough, a theater play. Hopefully they take it on the road. First pitch from Lugo to Rosario's in their first strike, 1-0. Thanks to Terry and the entire team of Enlighten Studios and the Community Arts Center. The 1-0-1 pitch is up in. It's 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Lugo. That's a swing and a miss. Strike 2, 1-2. Next up for them as of right now are Cincinnati festivals. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Rosario. Swing and a miss. First out of the inning. They have 3 festivals coming up here in the summertime. Kicking things off June 8th through June 11th with the Italian Festival. The 23rd to the 25th is the Taco Festival. And July 14th to the 16th is the Celtic Festival. They like to give back to the community. First pitch in there for Marcelo Ozuna down in the dirt. Ball 1-0. They look to give back to the communities. And if you guys are in the area and would like to volunteer the services and help out at these festivals, the 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Head on email enlightenstudios.cincy@gmail.com for more information. Interaction, live music, great food and beverages, plus keep your tips. Doesn't want to do all that. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Designated hitter Marcelo Ozuna coming into today's ball game with the 0.83 batting average. This one's outside of the dirt. It's 2-2 for Marcel. He has 2 home runs on the season, 2 RBIs. Marcelo hit his second home run back on Friday's loss for the Braves. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This one's outside, full count. 1 out, nobody on. Orlando Arcia up next. Here's the payoff pitch inside, and Ozuna walks. 1 on here in the second. Trying to tackle back in that run that they gave up in the top half of the inning. While we're here, next Sunday night baseball is next Sunday between the Texas Rangers and the Houston Astros. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. on ESPN and ESPN Deportes. Here's the pitch, flied out, right field side, just foul. Arcia's on base percentage, .834, 2 home runs, .286 batting average, and 4 RBIs. 1 out, 1 on first, 0-1 pitch. This one's chopped to Machado at third, heads over to second to first. And the speedy Arcia is safe as first, but to get the out at second, 2 away. I'd say in this case, let's go ahead and switch out for the faster runner, and that would be Arcia. And even at first, he is, base aggressiveness could hopefully lead to a stolen base with 2 away in inning number 2. Stepping up is Sam Hillard as he looks at first pitch outside for a ball. Hillard 364 on the season. Here's the pitch, and it's outside for a ball too. We're back with trivia questions for both sides of the team, for both sides of the ball. We got the Atlanta Braves trivia question coming up in the top of the 4th inning, and the Padres trivia question coming in the top of the 8th inning. Here's the 2-0 pitch outside. It's 3-0 to Sam Hillard. If you guys love the trivias and want to answer them, get them involved, leave comments down below. Definitely get a chance to get on this game, displayed on this game throughout the game. Here's the 3-0 pitch, and it's in there for a called strike. Here's the 3-1 in there looking. And it's full count. Arcia is going to get going. Pitch number 41 for Seth Lugo. Here's the delivery. Swing and a miss. And that will go down for a strikeout. A runner's threatened on first. Can't come around. Padres out front 1-0. Top of the lineup for the Padres here, beginning in inning number 3 as they are out front early 1-0 in the top of the third inning. You have Bogaerts, Machado, and Soto due up. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe for more content. And if you guys like this channel, be sure to tune in to weekly coverage of the throw-in. Thanks to StreamYard Studios. First pitch to Bogaerts. This is hit right down up the middle for a base hit. And Bogaerts will reach at first safely with no way to kick off the third. The throw-in, a weekly 2-hour a weekday 2-hour podcast right here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel and all on all audio platforms. Thanks to Spreaker. Download the throw-in for more information. Here's the first pitch to Machado. This is hit, fly ball out to right field. Coming in is Acuna, and that's going to get away from Acuna. And we will see Bogaerts advance up to third, sliding in safely. Acuna is frustrated with himself because he was attempting to make a diving catch and didn't hold on to the ball. Let's see this again. I thought Acuna had it for a moment, and then he lost it as he got down. Yeah. Just inches away from his glove. Touched his glove, but it's just... And once Bogaerts out, Bogaerts almost stopped at second, and then as soon as he saw it get away, he bolstered to third, testing that arm. 2-on for Juan Soto. Swing and a miss. That's a heavy hack. Juan Soto 1 for 1 today. Here's the 0-1 pitch. This is fouled 0-2. Coming into today's game, 397. 18 home runs, careers versus the Braves. Highest OPS for the Braves or against the Braves. Runners on the corners, nobody out. Top of the third. Here's the pitch. This one's popped up. Infield. Making the grab is Rolando Arcia for one away. Runners stay on the corners. Nelson Cruz is up. We talked about these new rules implementing the shift, the pitch clock. Haven't seen anything affect yet. Here's the first pitch on the outside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Chop foul. It's 1-1 to Nelson Cruz. But we got ourselves, an interesting ball game. We got two good teams just ready to get down to work. You fix some of them. We may not even be, it's going to be interesting to see this take an effect. This is hit fly ball out to left field. And when this comes down, the Padres will be out 4-0 as this is a 3-run monstrous bomb out to left field. Eddie Rosario turned around and was like, this was gone. 432 feet at 108.8 exit velocity. Wow. This is why this is why the Padres picked up Nelson Cruz. He's maybe the defensive playing times aren't the greatest anymore. And this was 10 rows up. But he's capable of playing and hitting the balls. And this is why we needed him. This is why the Padres need him. Not we needed, the Padres need him. This one here is on the outside for a ball 1-0 for Jake Cronenworth. Here's the 1-0 pitch in there called strike 1-1. The biggest question is, this is a really good offense. We've seen a lot for the Padres, 1-1. This one's fouled back. It's 1-2. But the bigger question is, it's going to be what's the decision going to be made for when Fernando Tatis Jr. comes back, who is currently down in El Paso serving a suspension. He'll be back in 2 weeks. Expected to be back up at the main roster. This one's on the outside. He's worked 2-2. And this is a dangerous ball club. If they're all healthy, and we got a lot of guys. You got Machado, Bogarts, Cruz, Fernando when he comes back, swing and a miss, goes down. Cronenworth 2 away. And, we see what Hassan Kim could do. We see what Cronenworth can do. From time to time, we see what Grisham can do. But just imagine when Tatis comes back and they're all swinging. This is going to be a clinic. And I think the Padres, what they need to focus on heading into, the remainder of the season is back in that bullpen. And understandably, there's not everyone is not healthy in that bullpen. First pitch to Kim. And that's down low for a ball 1-0. Kim scored in Cronenworth with the double. Here's the 1-0 pitch inside, 2-0. So, yeah, the Padres' main concern is going to be in that bullpen. And if that pitching rotation stays healthy, 2-0 pitch, it's down in the dirt, 3-0. That 2-0 pitch gets to, if, that starting rotation can hold out 6 and 7 innings and stay healthy, then there's no bullpen problem. Here's a 3-0 pitch. Right down the middle, it's 3-1. Taking a look at Dodd's pitch track, 4-seam fastball, 32 pitches, sliders 16, and changeup is 1. This gets away from Dodd's, and Kim walks with 2 outs as we await Austin Nola. And it looks like we're going to have a mound visit. Mounds visit from the Atlanta Braves here as they are up, as the Padres are up 4-0 from the pitching coach, Rick Kranitz. Apologize for butchering that name. Dylan Dodd has pitched 50 pitches so far. As 50 of those pitches has come for 35 of those pitches have come for a strike. He was the first pitch swinging and fouled. The Padres up front 4-0 after a 3-run blast by Nelson Cruz. And then a strikeout from Jake Cronenworth and a walk from Ha-Seong Kim. So once fouled back, it's 0-2. And now there's 2 outs and a runner on first for Austin Nola. Here's the 0-2. This one's up high. It's 1-2. But a dangerous team for the Padres looking forward to this series. And, like I said, health is going to be what stands the time for the Padres and how far they could go. But early on, this is going to be a real look at what San Diego can do. They're all out. They're all in. They have, they've emptied their payroll, still looking to sign guys to multi-year contracts if they can. Here's the 1-2 pitch. It's down low for a ball, 2-2. Josh Hader, Yu Darvish, they just re-signed Jake Cronin, Joe Musgrove, Fernando Tatis on that long deal. They just re-signed, Manny Machado. Hopefully, you can extend for, either Xander Bogaerts or Juan Soto. I mean, this is a promising team down the road. And it's do or die. There's the 2-2 pitch. This is up high and out. Payoff pitch. Kim will be going at first here with 2 away. And, just because you have everyone and you paid the third highest paying payroll in Major League Baseball doesn't mean you're going to get anywhere. This one's popped up in the infield, coming over, calling it off as the second baseman, Albies, and he'll make the grab. But the damage has been done in depth after a 3-run blast by Nelson Cruz. The Padres are out front 4-0. Sunday Night Baseball is all year round on ESPN. Next Sunday will be the Texas Rangers and the Houston Astros. Coverage time starts at 7 p.m. First pitch on the way to Acuna, back at the top of the order, sitting outside for a ball 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Check swings, didn't go around. 2-0. We got 1-1 to Acuna. This one's hopped right up the middle for a base hit to kick things off for the Braves here in the third. Well, hey, listen, they need something. They need a little bit going on, and if that's, I don't know what that's going to need, but this is a good start for when it comes down to just getting someone on and then getting them moved over. Like I said, Matt Olson comes in, and he's 0 for 1, and he has 10 RBIs. So a good start here. It's the first pitch. He looks is down low for a ball. I think the key coverage coming into tonight's ball game had to be you have good pitching. Let's get them to the bullpen. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's up high for a ball. 2-0 now. Acuna's on first. Nobody out. Bottom of the third inning. Padres up 4-0 after a 3-1 blast at the top half of the inning. Here's the 2-0. That one's outside. It's 3-0 now. Join us in the fourth for the Atlanta Braves trivia question. That will be presented top of half of inning number 4, and the answer will be bottom half of inning number 4. Game day tradition, and Olson, 4-pitch walk. Leads up for Austin Riley as it looks for a mound visit from Ruben Niebla. Padres pitching coach. You can join us weekdays, 2-hour sports talk program. Although we will be off tomorrow, taking a personal day from a busy weekend. We'll be back Tuesday to talk about sports, baseball, football, Cincinnati, and professional wrestling. Check us out at the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Be sure to have those notifications on so you don't miss a single episode. You can listen. And be sure to follow us on YouTube and Twitter. Those ones chop foul to Austin Riley. 0-1. We are in inning bottom of number 3. Padres up front 4-0. The Braves have 2 runners on. This one is down low for a ball 1-1. We have Acuna, who singled to center field. Matt Olson, who walked to lead off the inning. Nobody out. 1-1 pitch. This one's chopped foul. It's 1-2. Two on, 1-2 pitch. This one is chopped down to short, toss it over to second and to first, double play. And Acuna stays at third. 6-4-3 double play. Gives the Padres in a good position. That's the play they need. Get out of an inning, out of a jam. Muster down to 1 run, and listen, that one of the big stories for the Padres defensively is the question on first base. Eric Hosmer left. Will Myers is over in Cincinnati. First pitch to Albies is down low, 1-0. And we see the concern is who's going to play first. Jake Cronenworth has been holding that position very well. I think we could see throughout maybe the course of the year a little bit of Nelson Cruz if needed. Here's the pitch. It's called for a strike. It's 1-1. And then that means second base is opened up for Ha-Seong Kim. And we just get the weight of Fernando Tatis. Throws up high, checked it with third base umpire. Says it didn't go around. So it's 2-1 now the count to Albies. Lugo sets and delivers outside, ball 3-1. Acuna on first. Nobody, 2 outs. Acuna's on third. No runs yet for the Braves as we're in inning number 3. Here's the 3-1. Chop down. Full count. Seeing that Bogarts and Machado there on the left field side. Perfect combination. They're on the same page. This one's popped up to left field. Grisham comes over to the right a little bit and makes the grab. Well, the Padres get out of a jam as they're up front 4-0 here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. We are back here for Sunday Night Baseball between the Padres and the Braves. First pitch to Trent Grisham. This is hit. Long fly ball out to right center field. And this one's out of here. Solo home run by Trent Grisham to lead off the fourth. And the Padres are out front 5-0. Distance on that one was 424. And the Padres extend their lead And this one, you just leave this one out there over the plate. And Grisham, don't underestimate what he's capable of. It's just not a lot, as this is his third home run on the season. First pitch to Azokar is in there, called for a strike. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. And Azokar is quickly 0-2. Padres getting out to an early lead, and I think that would also be very beneficial for their bullpen, as Zokar goes down on strikes as he looks for called strike 3, and we go back to the top of the lineup for the Padres. And earlier tonight, we talked about how the struggles right now for the Padres are in their bullpen. You get out to an early lead, you build a lot of confidence. First pitch to Bogarts is down low for a ball. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's in there, called strike. It's 1-1. Bogarts 1-2, 7 for 13 versus breaking pitches this year. Someone's outside, just 2-1. And if you get out to an early lead, how much help you actually give your starting pitcher and how much room you give your bullpen. This one is chopped to short. Arcia has it, throws it over to Olsen for out number 2. Well, Braves trivia. The trivia question is back, and tonight's trivia question will kick things off with the Atlanta Braves. And the question is who was the youngest pitcher to win 300 games? Was it A, Kid Nichols, B, Greg Maddux, C, Phil Niekko, or D, Warren Spahn? As this Machado hits one, getting past the first baseman, trying to reach out for a double, and he is called out. A nice play. He hit a single to right field, and Acuna throws him out at second to end the top end of the inning. But not without some more damage control, as Trent Grisham hits a solo home run. Before we hit a break, let me give you the trivia question once more. Who was the youngest pitcher to win 300 games? Was it A, Kid Nichols, B, Greg Maddux, C, Phil Niekko, or D, Warren Spahn? We'll give you the answer when we come back here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Welcome back here for Sunday Night Baseball here in the bottom half of inning number 4, where the Padres are up front 5-0. Some redemption action from Ronald Acuna Jr. as He threw Manny Machado out at second to end the inning. First pitch on the way to Sean Murphy. It's in there for a called strike. Here's the 0-1 pitch that's down low for a ball. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Murphy, and that's inside. It's 2-1. Talk about the answer to the trivia question here in just a moment. Here's the 2-1. This one's in there for a strike. 2-2. Here's the 2-2. This one's grounded to short for Bogaerts. You'll throw it over to first, and that's out for number one. So tonight's trivia question for the Atlanta Braves here in the fourth was, who was the youngest pitcher to win 300 games? I had the options of A, Kid Nichols, B, Greg Maddux, C, Phil Niekro, or D, Warren Spahn. If you guys are still yet to answer, please lock in your answer before the next out. This one's hit, fly ball out to center field, and Trent Grisham will make the grab, 2 away. And I look at this list, and I'm like, Phil, yes, possibly. Greg Maddux, I loved him playing for both the Braves and the Padres. But the correct answer is A, Kid Nichols. Not too many pitchers have won 300 games, but Kid Nichols made it look easy, achieving the feat at age 30. First pitch to Ozuna. It's in there for a called strike. So congratulations to anyone who answered that trivia question correctly. We invite you to the 8th inning for the Padres trivia question, as the 0-1 pitch is down in the dirt. And I just think it's quite fun once in a while to throw a trivia question out there to you guys. Here's the 1-1 pitch that's in there for a called strike, 1-2. Seth Lugo is at 67 pitches in 3 2/3 with 3 strikeouts and no runs allowed. The one bounces in the dirt. It is 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This one's hit foul, left field side. Just foul. These Braves, it's going to be a tough division in all East. I tell you, I think so. You know, even Miami last year stood in the mix of the East for a little bit, kind of knocking off halfway through the midst of the season. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This one's chopped fouled again. Replay 2-2. I personally think that the East and the West are going to be yet again another dangerous divisions for the postseason this year. Here's a 2-2 pitch that's outside in the dirt. I mean, I just don't see too much coming from the Central. Yeah, you got the Cardinals, but you have a team in each division, and then you got two wild card spots. So I don't know. I'm not too confident in the Central. Marcell Ozuna goes down on strikes as he swings and a miss for strike number 3, and that will end the side. As we played 4, the Padres up 5-0. We're back here in the top of the fifth inning where the Padres are out front 5-0. Just about halfway through the game. Padres 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors. For the Braves, no runs, 2 hits, and no errors. Dylan Dobbs are out there again for first pitch to Juan Soto is in there for a strike. Soto is 1-2 on the afternoon or evening. Dobbs at 68 pitches in there for a strike. It's 0-2. And for the second time through, this is what a young kid is built to be. Just his second outing in the major leagues, facing a tough Padres teams. And you know what? 5 runs isn't all that much if you think about that. And what, the lack of offense that is given. This is a hit fly ball out to right center field. That's going to get down in front of Sam Hillard. Juan Soto will come up to second and will be safe, sliding in there safely. And for the Padres to begin the fifth with a double. And I think these are simple mistakes a young 24-year-old is going to make. And he's not missing much. He's putting the ball in play. This one hit the top of the wall. Inches of going out for Nelson Cruz. One swing and a miss for strike 1. And the Padres, you know what the Padres are doing? They're just taking advantage of this young kid and, trying to pick up a victory. This is a swing and a miss. It's 0-2 to Nelson. Soto's on second, excuse me. 5-0 ball game here. And they're playing connection with the ball and running aggressively. That's what it is. Simple stuff. Well, it's popped up on the right field side, headed toward foul territory. Cunha comes in and no one's going to make the grab. It's going to be 0-2. A lot of these big plays for the Padres tonight have been off of balls that could have gone either way and left the ballpark. 1 on, nobody out. This one's hit. Fly ball out to left field. That's going to get down and bounce out of play as a souvenir is going to beat to someone who is sitting down right into his glove, actually. Soto comes around to score. Nelson Cruz will replace him at second. And with nobody out, the Padres are up front 6-0 now. I mean, this was definitely going into foul territory after it hit the ground. Bounce safe. Yep. A bounce in play territory. And it was in the basic. Yeah. All right. This was coming out ground rule double regardless. I think, just having to double check the actions to it because the interference and whatnot affects the ball game. First pitch to Jake Cronenworth, fouls back 0-1. Nelson Cruz 2 for 3 tonight, a home run, a double, 4 RBIs already batted in. Nelson Cruz, that doubles it. So that is more than what he's had so far this season alone, as Cronenworth swings and a miss for an 0-2 count. Lucas Luegui. Butcher the name left and right. Don't bother me. 0-2 count to Cronenworth. And here's the pitch. That's down low. Ball 1-2. Padres scored in the last 4 innings. Only inning didn't score was back in the first, as they're up 6-0. 1-2 count. Here's the pitch, and that's outside. Ooh, on the corner wanting that one. It's now 2-2. You just see that was a good location. It was on the edge, but when you look at Sean Murphy, he was way outside, and I think he carried it outside as well. Here's the 2-2 fouled. And will do we do it? Good battle. Pitch number 80 coming up. Or pitch number 79 coming up, excuse me. Here's the 2-2. This one gets away from Murphy. Cruz advances 90 feet to third. And Cronenworth is at a full count with someone on third base. That one gets away from him. Second starting pitcher made his MLB debut in the first 5 games. First time in franchise history. Since 1976, this one's fouled back. Off of a 90-mile fastball. 3-2's the count. Nobody out. Runners on the third. A runner scored already this inning thanks to a double. Ground rule double by Nelson Cruz. Scored in Machado. This one's chopped fouled again. Replay the 3-2 count. Here's the 3-2. This one's popped foul again. Good at bat by Cronenworth. This may very well be the last batter for Dodd. Unless he could get Cronenworth out, maybe. Here's a payoff pitch. This is fouled back again. That is pitch number 12 coming up here. Pitch number 11 coming up here. Just back and forth between fastball and sliders majority of the time in this at bat. Pitch number 11. Here we go. And that's on the outside corner, called up for Jake. 1 away. Third strikeout tonight. We'll see what happens. And we may very well see a mound visit and a change. And we will. That's it for Dylan Dodge. We'll see a pitching change. We'll talk about Lucas Luetke coming up here. Next, you guys are listening to the Padres and Braves on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. New pitcher for the Braves, as the first pitch in there for Kim is in there, called strike. Lucas Luetge, 36-year-old left-hander. 0-1 is in there, 0-2. From Brenham, Texas. Was drafted by the Brewers back in 2008. So far this year, he is 1-0 with the 6 ERA in 3 games. Here's the pitch. This is caught up on the plate. Didn't go around. It's 1-2 to Ha-Seong Kim. Nobody, one away here in the top half of the fifth. It is 6-0 Padres lead. Last game for Lueg from Lucas, pitched both on Friday and Thursday, recording 1 inning, giving up 1 hit total and 2 strikeouts. Count goes 2-2 for Ha-Seong Kim. Dylan Dodd's day is done. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This is hit. Fly ball out to left field. Up at the wall and gone. A jumping catch by left fielder Eddie Rosario, but couldn't grab it. And the Padres extend their lead to 8-0, 357 on that 2-run home run. And that was just tips away off the glove from Eddie Rosario. Just missed it. What a jumping effort catch as the first pitch to Nola is in there for a strike. 3 runs have come across the score in the fifth as the pitch is swing and a miss. It is 1-0-2. Couple RBIs from Ha-Seong Kim tonight. His third after scoring in back in the second. The fans are kind of taken out of this game to this blowout right now that the Padres are having. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Nola. Here's the pitch. This one's down in the dirt. It's 2-2. So Dylan Dodd records his second game for the Padres, going 4 innings, giving up 10 hits. Now 8 runs with 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. This one's on the inside corner, caught looking out number 2. You know, as a youngster, I'm going to be honest, you get these good times. You know, you had a good outing back in St. Louis, and you have these times where you got to kind of muster up and chew and get it back out there and learn. And you give up a handful of runs. And first pitch to Grisham is down in the dirt, 1-0. And, you know, I tip my cap off to Ryan Snitker for allowing, you know, Dylan to go out there. This one's on the outside edge. It's 2-0. Grisham is 1 for 2. So I give him I tip my cap off. He went in there, pitched a couple innings. The 2-0 pitch is in there for a called strike. It's 2-1. And this kid got a lot to learn, and he's working his way up to the big league. This one's hit, fly ball out to left field for Eddie Rosario back at the warning track, and he'll make the grab. But 3 runs advance in this inning to extend the Padres lead 8-0 as we are halfway through the game of Sunday Night Baseball between the Padres and Braves right here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Well, halfway home here in tonight's ball game between the Padres and Braves, as the Padres are out front, 8-0. Seth Lugo back out there. First pitch to Arcia, and is in there, called for a strike. Last time Seth pitched, he went 7 innings, career high. The 0-1 down low. And with an 8-run lead, you're more comfortable and prone to being able to maybe go a couple extra more innings, like to see him go into the 7th at least, maybe the 8th. This one's lined right back up the middle, and base hit for the Braves as Arcia hits a single and gets on base with nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. It's time to take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard here. Let you know what's happening in the world of baseball on this beautiful Easter Sunday. All the games are final. We'll kick things off with the Cincinnati Reds avoiding a sweep, beating the Philadelphia Phillies 6-0. The Red Sox beat the Tigers on the road 4-1. First pitch swinging and a miss to Sam Hillard, 0-for-1 for the day. The Tampa Bay Rays shut out the Athletics, double-digit score, 11-0. Pirates beat the White Sox 1-0. This is hit right past the second baseman into right field. Arcia trots on over to third, and with no outs, runners are going to be on the corners for the Braves. Trying to get a couple of runs back in after trailing 8-0 would help definitely the pitching staff for the Braves. Couple of bottom of the lineup singles getting something going here. Heads back up to the front, top of the lineup for Ronald Acuna Jr. The Yankees beat the Orioles 5-3. This one pitches outside, gets away, and the runner Hiller advanced to second, but Arcia stays at third. So runners in scoring position with nobody out. The Cleveland Guardians beat the Mariners. Final score 7-6. The Marlins beat the Mets 7-2. Astros beat the Twins 5-1. Milwaukee beat St. Louis 6-1. This is chop fouled. And it's 1-1 to Acuna. The Rangers beat the Cubs 8-2. Rockies beat the Nationals 7-6. Giants beat the Royals 3-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Chopped right back past the first baseman. Ha-Seong Kim throws to the third and will get the out at third. So Hillard's out. Arcia scored, so the Braves get on the board, and you have Acuna at first place. A smart decision by Ha-Seong Kim as he backs up the pitcher because Seth Lugo just got right past him. And Ha-Seong Kim gets it, decides instead of throwing over to first and having a runner on third in scoring position with only run out, he threw it over to first base. And a great decision that could potentially influence the change, the change of this game. So Acuna's on first, one away for Matt Olson as he pops it up, foul along the third base side. It's 0-1. 8-1 Padres lead. Olson's 0-for-1. He's walked in tonight's game. The Angels and the Blue Jays, double digits total. Blue Jays run away 12-11. The D-backs beat the Dodgers 11-6. This one's up high. And it's 1-1. That is your out-of-town scoreboard at all the games played today. No postponements. And we'll take a look at the standings here later on this evening. And called for a strike. Cunha steals. Count goes 1-2. And no throw by Nola. Here's the pitch, fouled back. 1-2 count to Olsen. Here's the pitch that's up high. It's 2-2. For Acuna, that is his fifth stolen base on the season. Here's the 2-2 pitch, chopped right back to up the front. Nola will come up and grab it, keeping Acuna at second, and there's 2 away. At first, Seth Lugo was going to come up, but then we saw Nola get out of his crouch position to get the ball. Great stop. And now we'll see Austin Riley come up with 2 away and a runner in scoring position. Can the Braves add on to the 8-1 deficit and come back slowly? First pitch is called for a strike. 93-mile sinker, 0-1. Riley's 1 for 2 today. Here's the pitch. Swing, just foul, third base side. Nice crowd on a Sunday night for Sunday night baseball at Truist Park. First pitch was 7-11. Here's the pitch, fouled back to the brick wall back there. Two outs, runner on. 8-1 Padres lead, bottom of the 5th inning. Here's the 0-2 count. Swing and a miss. And Seth Lugo gets out of a damage, but thanks to a very smart play by Ha-Sung Kim. We played 5, Padres out front, 8-1. First pitch into Azokar is up high for a ball as we begin the top of the sixth inning. As the 1-0 count fouls back to the screen, it's 1-1. Padres up front, 8-1. And the leadoff batter reached and scored each of the last 4 innings. This one hit right to short for Arcia to make the throw and one away. Lucas is back out there for another inning. And we see Alexander Bogaerts as they return to the top of the lineup here. I believe for the 4th time now. Bogaerts is 1 for 3 tonight. Time is called for the pitch clock violation. What's the pitch clock violation? It's 1 ball, no strikes. Automatic ball, the timer violation. That's what it was. And Bogaerts fouled this one off, so it's 1-1. I saw 3 seconds left on the clock, so that's where I was. But the umpire had probably something different. This one's down low. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's a 2-1 pitch outside. It's 3-1. Machado's up next. Last at bat he had. Tried to stretch a single into a double and got called out from a throw from Acuna Jr. And Bogaerts walks. So with 1 away, a runner's on first for Manny Machado. And this is a dangerous Padres team. I think it's been it's no secret what the Padres are capable of doing. First pitch is inside for a ball. And what's even better is that last year the Padres acquired Juan Soto in a deal, right? Or yeah, they acquired Juan Soto, giving up a whole bunch of prospects. This is hit, and it's going to get down into right field for Acuna. Hitting the brakes is Bogaerts as he races back to second. And he thought he was being called around second to go to third, and he got held back, almost got caught. And there will be runners on first and second, 1 away here in the top of the 5th inning. And maybe you don't want to test Acuna's arm out there in right field, because we saw what happened with Machado at second the last time Machado batted. Juan Soto's up, 2 for 3 in the night. Ball bounces in front of Murphy. And, this is a dangerous lineup. And it was all about, they picked up Bogaerts. They picked up Cruz. You really have Kim, was really impressive last year while Fernando Tatis was dealing with his injuries and then his suspension. This was down in the dirt. 2-0 to Juan Soto. And then you had a credible Cronenworth making the adjustment out there in second, and then you saw a little bit of Azokar come up a couple times last year. And altogether, everybody is contributing to this success. And this one's a ball down in the dirt. 3-0. As it looks like there's going to be a mound visit on a 3-0 count. And we talked about this, and it's, you want to put the pieces together. This is the best piece you could possibly put. This is the time where AJ Preller and Bob Melvin and the Padres organization has been waiting for. They've done their due diligence. They have picked up players and signed long contracts, and this is, a team that could win a couple of World Series over the next couple of years. Now, I've said this before, and I'll say it here during the game that, hey, you go out there and you go out there, you could go sign anyone you want, have the biggest payroll you want, have the dream team like the Yankees and the Dodgers, but that doesn't mean you go out and win a World Series. But they came pretty close to going to the World Series last year, and it's been nearly 20 years. And ball 4 is issued to Juan Soto, so bases are loaded with one away. Now, Lucas doesn't look so great here, as now we have Nelson Cruz up. He's home run, and he's had 4 RBIs in tonight's ball game so far. 2-run blast. Was a 3-run blast, scoring in Machado and Bogarts back in the 3rd inning. Here's the first pitch, is down low for a ball. A lot of people say that the Padres are finally better than the Dodgers. Here's a hit, fly ball out to left field, and that's going to come get down. Coming in is Bogarts. Looks like Machado will be scoring as well, and double-digit figures for the Padres as they scored in 10 runs so far in this game. Well, once this hung up a little too much, and you knew that this was going to get down early on. I just didn't know how far it was going to go, and it looks like Machado was going on instant, and Nelson Cruz just laid it right in there. And so far, he's turning out to be an incredible outcome for the Padres this season. 6 RBIs in this game alone. First pitch is right down the middle to Cronenworth, and that's in there for strike 1. 3 for 4, double, a home run, and 6 RBIs for Nelson Cruz. And, save some of this for New York, but gosh, way you want to come in and just handle business against a dominating National League East division. This one's outside. It's 1-1 to Cronenworth. 10-1 Padres. Here's the 1-1 count. Swing and a miss. It is now 1-2. And Brian Stinkter is asking to eat up some innings. They're about to have the Reds come in. There's this popped up, shallow center, and Arcia comes in and makes the grab 2 away. Starting tomorrow night, the Braves host the Reds for a 3-game series. Graham Ashcraft for the Reds, as Bryce Elder for the Braves, looking to turn their series around. The Reds avoided a 3-game sweep against the Phillies in the Phillies home opener this weekend. Here's the first pitch. A swing out of the helmet by Ha-Seong Kim. It's 0-1. And the Reds dropped the first 2 to the Phillies and then picked up their victory on earlier today, 6-4. Here's the 0-1 count. This is line left, and that's going to go back foul. Here's the 0-2, and this is foul tipped in the dirt. Mets began a 3-game series, postponed Saturday's game, won 9-3 on Saturday, and let me see if there was a doubleheader. And then on Sunday, they fell short. This is outside. It's now 1-2 to Ha-Seong Kim. They picked up a couple victories, both on Saturday and Sunday. So the Padres are headed over to New York to face the Mets. This is check swings, checks with the first base umpire, no go. 2-2. Yu Darvish tomorrow taking on Max Scherzer. 2 on, 2 outs. Top of the 6th inning, 10-1. Padres lead. Han-Sung Kim's at the plate. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That's up high and in for ball 3, full count. Runners will be going. Here's the set. Step off the plate. Pitch number 40. Pitch number 41. Here's the runners, and this one's hit fouled. Replay full count. Pitch number 8 coming up. Here's the payoff pitch. That's it, fouled back to the screen. We'll replay 3 and 2. Han-Sung Kim's 2 for 2, a home run, a double, and a walk in today's game. Here's a 3-2. This is popped up in center, straight away for Hillard to make the grab, and the inning is retired. 2 more runs scored here in the 6th. The Padres are up front 10-1 here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Major League Baseball is back, and so are we. Calling you guys games here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Be sure to stick tuned and check out the throw-in for more information about games we will be covering throughout each and every week of the season. First pitch from Seth Lugo is in there for a called strike, 0-1. Padres up front 10-1 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Pitch number 92 is down in the dirt. And I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with seeing Seth Lugo go 100 plus innings or 100 plus pitches, if, with this comfortable lead, a swing and a miss and a ball down in the dirt. It's 1-2. New plays. New rules. 1-2 pitch. It's chopped, deflected off of Lugo, and Kim would be too late. So Ozzy Albies will reach on first on an infield single to get the bottom of the sixth inning going. Would have been nice, probably just to let Kim get to the ball. Better chance. New rules coming to Major League Baseball, as we've seen so far this year. First pitch to Sean Murphy is outside for a ball. Runner on first, nobody out. Bottom of the sixth inning, 10-1 Padres leading. Sean Murphy 0 for 2 tonight. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's inside 2-0. Some of the new rules we see here. This one's up high. Now goes 3-0. New rules we see here are the pitch clock, as we see 15 seconds with no runner on and 20 seconds with the runner on. Batter has to be in the box within 8 seconds remaining from the countdown to 0. This one's in there called strike 3-1. If not, a strike called is called on the batter. And the pitcher has the remainder of the time to throw their pitch if they don't make the motion to the mound by the time the clock hits 0, and then it'll be called for a ball. As we already saw earlier last inning, as Murphy reaches on with a walk, 2 on, nobody out. We'll see what the Padres do as a pitching mound visit comes to approach. And we see basically the pitcher has the ability to throw. The catcher also has to be crouched in their ready position as well. The pitcher, the batter is able to step off once per at bat and ask for time. And the pitcher is able to throw back to first twice. Anytime after that, if it is not a pick-off actual success attempt, then the runner will automatically advance 90 feet. Pitching mound's over. We see 2 on with nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th inning for Eddie Rosario. First pitch, chop, foul, 0-1. Already over 100 pitches in this outing. I still call this as a success, but I think there's an importance getting out of this inning and getting your bullpen into the 7th. Eddie chops foul again. The count goes 0-2. Turning it over to the bullpen may not be an easy, best scenario. Check swings, checks with the third base umpire. Says no go. 1-2. One, 2 count. This one's in the dirt. It's 2-2. The Braves are just trying to save their bullpen to begin the week. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This is hit lofted out to center field, going back just a few steps away from the warning tracks is out number 1. Albies advances to third. And now there will be one out with runners on corners for Marcelo Ozuna, who's walked and struck out. Does the Padres allow Lugo to pitch the other two outs? See what happens. It looks like he's still going to stay out. I'm sure they got someone in the bullpen working their way. Here's the first pitch down in the dirt. I say for Lugo, just allow the ball to stay over the plate and put the ball in play. If you let them score, okay, you go to the bullpen. If you get an out, get out of this inning. It'd be a huge out. Also be a huge inning. 5 strikeouts, 8 groundouts, 3 pop flies for the Padres and Seth Lugo. Not too bad. This one's fouled back. It's 1-1. Padres have mustered up 10 runs over the last 4 innings with 13 hits. This is chopped foul. It's 1-2 to the designated hitter, Marcelo Ozuna. Here's the 1-2 pitch. It's outside for a ball. Trying to get out of this 6th inning. The 2-2. Chopped right to third. Machado has it. Toss it over to Kim at second. Over to first. And a 5-4-3 double play to end the inning. No runs scored. Lugo gets out of a jam, completing 6. And the Padres are up front 10-1. We've covered 6 here on the Sunday Night Baseball, right here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Welcome back to Sunday Night Baseball here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Pitching change as Joe Jimenez comes up to a bat. Comes a new pitcher for the Atlanta Braves. The 28-year-old right-hander appears in his 3rd game this season. Last time out was back on Saturday as he goes 1 inning, giving up a walk and a strikeout. First pitch on the way to Nola here to begin the 7th. is outside for a ball, 1-0. .2 innings pitched so far with three strikeouts. No ERA. Trying to keep the deficit where it's at now. Here's the 2-0. Popped up. Shallow left. Backing up is Arcia. And he'll make the grab for one away. One out here in the 7th inning for Trent Grissom. Here's the first pitch, and that's outside for a ball. Join us back in the top of the 8th inning for the Padres trivia question. Here's the 1-0 inside. Check swings, went around. April standings stands out so far. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss is 1-2. Tampa Bay's up out front in the AL East with a 3-game lead over New York and 3.5 over Toronto. They are 9. Their record is 9-0 in the first 9 games. As the 1-2 pitch is outside, it's 2-2. Minnesota Twins lead a half a game above Cleveland in the AL Central. And the Angels and the Rangers tie in first in the AL West. The 2-2 pitch is down low. 3-2 count to Grisham. Jose Azocar is up next. The Atlanta Braves currently sit a game and a half above first in the NL East. The Milwaukee Brewers are 7-2 to begin the season. Here's a fly ball out to right field going against the wall and foul. Just a little too far right. Could have been a home run. Could have been a home run. Milwaukee has a game above Pittsburgh in the NL Central as the Cardinals begin the season 3-6. The Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight. A 6-4 record to begin the season. They're a half a game above the Padres, pending this final score. And that is your out-of-town standings as of right now. Here's a pitch, just chopped foul. One away, nobody on. Top of the 7th inning, 10-1 Padres lead. Is a pitch, fly ball out to center field, going just shy of the warning tracks. Will make the grab for Sam Hillard, round number 2. Stepping up is Jose Azocar. First pitch is inside for a ball. Azocar is 0 for 3 so far. Struck out in his at-bats. 1 ball, no strike. Here's the pitch. Is chopped foul. It's 1-1. Two teams in Major League history to win the first 9 games, all but plus 4 runs. 57 run differential through 9 games, most in MLB since 1900. 24 home runs in the first 9 games, second most in MLB history. This one is called strike 1-2. The 1-2 count is fouled again to Azocar. One ball, two strikes, two outs. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. And the Padres go down 1-2-3. I don't remember the last time they did that. 7th inning stretch in Atlanta, Georgia. As the Padres up front 10-1. We are back here calling the Padres and Braves game at Truist Park. And Domingo Tapia is the new pitcher for the Padres taking the mound. Seth Lugo had a good outing, and we'll talk about Seth Lugo here in later on. 3 games so far for Domingo Tapia. He pitched back on Thursday in the he pitched 1 1/3 inning back on Thursday against the Braves, giving up a hit, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts with a 10-1 lead, looking to get some extra work in here early on. So far this season, he's pitched in 3 games, 4 1/3 inning, 6 strikeouts with a 4.16 ERA. 31-year-old from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. First pitch to Arcia. It's inside for a ball, 1-0. And, a comfortable lead like this, you have a little bit more breathing space, a little bit more room to allow, pitchers to go out there and do what they need to do to have a good outing. As this one is down low, 2 balls, no strikes. Tapia sets, it's inside, 3-0. But this was the trouble that the Padres have had in the bullpen. We've seen a good outing from Seth Lugo, and by all means, he's had a really incredible outing. But if it was like a 5-1 lead, as the 3-0 count that's in there for a called strike, we could see something completely different. And this could be a completely different ball game. 3-1 pitch is in there, swinging, and a missed, full count to Tapia. Just kind of sharing some words with my brother early on. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and this one's fouled. And he was like, why are they making a big deal about the Tampa Bay Rays 9-0 on the season? You tell me they faced the last 3 series. Don't matter who they are, if they're good or not, because we've seen some good teams being, playing terrible right now. And Arcia draws up a walk with nobody out, a runner on to begin the 7th for the Braves. And he said that, he's like, well, who cares? They haven't really faced anybody. Well, I'll tell you what, they have faced somebody, right? They've faced 3 different ball clubs. And guess what? They swept all 3 of them. Okay. And it's just to come off the horse and stretch as the first pitch into Hilliard's in there for a called strike. And to win those 9 ball clubs, or, win those 9 games, it's something that is hardly ever done and not noticeable. And you talk about a marathon, not a sprint race. So this one's outside. It's 1-1. It's a marathon. And there's some moments where history is capable of being made. And right now, the Tampa Bay Rays are being part of the history. And we probably won't see it for another 100 years. This one's down in the dirt. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Runner on first. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Arcia's on first. 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 2-2. And this one caught looking, and Sam Hilliard goes down on strikes for 1 away. Back to the top of the lineup for Ronald Acuna Jr., 2 for 3 with a walk and an RBI so far in today's ball game. Here's the pitch, and it's lined right past the infielders to Juan Soto out there in left. Arcia stays up at second, and a base hit for the Braves to here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 2 runners on and 1 out. We talk about Seth Lugo a little bit. 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 run, 4 walks, and 5 strikeouts. And you would almost say the walks were a little concerning, but he refrained from allowing any more runs than 1 given up. First pitch to Olsen is on the corner, called for a strike. He's pitched 109 pitches in this outing, with 65 of them being strikes, a swing and a miss for strike 2, 0-2. That's what you're looking for. Two runners on, 1 away. This is outside. 1-0. 1-2 fouled off. Here's the 1-2. That's up high. It's 2-2 now to Olson. Runner on first and second, one away. Olson's 0 for 2, walked in tonight's ball game. This one's down in the dirt, and Matt Olson's worked himself to a full count. Three-two payoff pitch. And it's hit. Fly ball out to left field. What's going to get down in front of Juan Soto. Coming around to score is Arcia. Acuna Jr. will stay off on second. And the second run is in for the Atlanta Braves here in the bottom of the seventh inning. Excuse me. It was a nice 3-2 battle, taking it opposite direction, just getting a piece of it. So on the outside corner, protecting on a 3-2 count, drops right in front of Juan Soto. I'll say Soto played maybe a little too far left. He wasn't going to get there, and regardless. Still a long ways away, but something to get started here as they add another run to the board. 10-2. As a mound visit comes for Austin Riley. We may very well see a pitching change. Nope. Just the mound visit. Austin Riley 1 for 3. So runners on first and second still. Got Acuna Jr. on second, Olson on first, one away, and a run in so far. This one's up high. It's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 count. Chop fouled. It's 1-1. Two home runs so far, batting .314 this year. Runs batted in, 7 runs batted in. This is another ball chop foul along the left field side. Tapia throws number 24. You had a 1-2 count. This one gets Riley on the right elbow. Like he's going to be okay, but this is going to be bases loaded with 1 out. Well, things can turn easily from good to bad as you see this. And I hope Riley's okay. But this is part of the pitching that I talked to you about that gave the Padres some trouble back on Thursday. That ultimately gave game-winning single earlier from Nabil Krismat on Thursday. First pitch in to Ozzie Albies is outside or down low for a ball. Here's the 1-0. This is chop foul. It's 1-1. And this is something where, it's great. You want to see your starting rotation go out there 6-7 innings and pitch solid. And I would love to see that as much as the next guys, but you only got selective guys right now you can go through. It's not what ideal that Bob Melvin has. And this one is hit along the left field side. That goes foul. It's 1-2 now to Ozzie Albies. And you think about this: one away, a run's already scored, bases loaded. He already faced what, 6 batters? This one swing and a miss, strike 3, and outnumbered 2. And I hope at some point, down the line, the Padres can help fix their bullpen, because this team is expected to be winning, 90 plus games going to the postseason. I can tell you for sure that this is not, if the bullpen is not stable in the postseason, pitch to Sean Murphy is fouled backwards. It's 0-1. Bases loaded, 2 men out. This is chopped down to Bogarts at short. Toss over to Kim, and the side is over. A run scored, bases left loaded as the 1, 2, 3 spots head up to the top of the 8th inning. We played 7, 10-2. Padres lead here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. The TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel is proud to be calling baseball games all season long. For audio coverage of certain baseball games, be sure to check out the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. And on weekdays for 2 hours a day, check out the throw-in. We'll be gone tomorrow. We won't be here after a long weekend, but we will return Tuesday with the throw-in. So mark that on your calendars. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Hit that notification and don't miss a single episode. The first pitch to Bogarts is a fouled back, as the new pitcher for the Atlanta Braves is AJ Mentor. Maybe not expected to have this type of situation. Down by 8, 0-1 count. Chopped it long to third. Throws it over to first. In time, out number 1. Padres trivia question here in the top of the 8th inning. Who holds a single season franchise record for saves? Is it A, Heath Bell? First pitch to Machado outside for ball 1. A, Heath Bell. B, Mark Davis. C, Kirby Yates. Or D, Trevor Hoffman? I think I gave you guys an easy one later in this afternoon, as this one's fouled back 1-1. Who holds the single season's franchise record for saves? A. Heath Bell, B. Mark Davis, C. Kirby Yates, and D. Trevor Hoffman. I'll throw Mark Davis out of the picture so far. You guys may linger towards a certain player, but I'd suggest to hold off. We'll see. Who knows? Here's the 1-2 count to Machado, swinging and a miss. Looking silly. AJ Minter so far pitched in 4 games, saving one of them. In 4 innings, he struck out 3. Last time out was back on Thursday. He went 1 inning. In a 1 inning, he's given up 1 hit. He won the ball game, walked 1 and struck out 1. Nobody on, 2 outs here in top of the inning 8. Padres Braves. Finale game here. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Here's a better yet question to the question we just asked, as Juan Soto looks like he's just trying to swing as hard as he can out of his shoes. Do you know how many saves this person had in a single season? That'll be a bonus question. If you guys want to comment down in the comment section of the YouTube channel, we'll reveal at the bottom half of the inning. The 0-2 is up high and in for a ball. 1-2. One and two now the count. And this one's foul. .516 career walks, 454 career strikeouts led MLB in walks each of the last 2 years for Juan Soto, who is 2 for 3 in today's ball game. Here's a pitch. It's outside. Count goes 2-2. Soto 2 for 1. He's also walked tonight, struck out tonight as well. I haven't struck out yet. We'll just talk a little ahead of myself as he swings and a miss, and that goes down the side. Another side retired here for the Braves as they still trail 10-2 here on Sunday Night Baseball. Tonight's live stream broadcast is not possible without the help of StreamYard Studios. Create your podcast, YouTube videos, host virtual business meetings, and even conduct interviews. Check out their free version today at StreamYard.com. We're in bottom of inning number 8 as the Braves trail 10-2. First pitch to Rosario is outside, down low for a ball. Here's a 1-0 pitch. This is chop foul. It's 1-1. Nabil Krismat is back on the mound for the Padres. Nabil's last outing was on Thursday. It's a swing and a miss. It's 1-2. On Thursday, when he was a losing pitcher as he gave up the game-winning single to lose the game, pitched 2/3 of an innings, 2 hits, 1 run, and no strikeouts. His overall is 16.2 ERA in 3 games, 3 innings, 3 and a third innings with 3 strikeouts. Here's the 1-2, lined it right back to Nabil. He'll toss it over to first. And out number 1. Trivia's question is, who holds the single season franchise record for saves? This is Heath Bell, Mark Davis, Kirby Yates, or Trevor Hoffman. First pitch to Ozuna is outside for a ball. Give you guys one last second to lock in your answers in the comment sections on the YouTube channel, as this one's hit to Bogarts at short. Quick toss over to first, and 2 away. Nice, compelling answers we have here. A lot of the, every one of the guys on the name, every name here on the list is very appealing. But the answers in the 1998 season, Trevor Hoffman began entering save situations in Padres home games to the entrance of AC/DC's Hell's Bells. First pitch is down low for a ball. Playing over the public address system, an event that came to known as Trevor Time. His errors and saves. This one's singled back to center, and with 2 outs, 1 on. His errors in save situations was a .49, and he converted 53 of 54 save attempts during the regular season. Trevor Hoffman had 53 saves in 1998 to hold the Padres record. That is the answer D, Trevor Hoffman. Congratulations, whoever answered that correctly, and we'll play next time for our next broadcast. So, runner on first, 2 away. We have Orlando Arcia on after a line drive to center field. Second pitch of the at bat is outside for a ball, 2-0. This is where things can slowly get away from the Padres and their bullpen. This pitch is down low. 3-0 to Sam Hollard, who's 1 for 3 and 2 strikeouts. The 3-0 pitch is in there, called strike. 3-1. Here's a 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 2, full count now with 1-2 away. So we'll see Arcia take off. Here's the payoff pitch, swing and a miss, and the Padres get out of a jam, taking us to the top of the 9th inning. It's Cruz, Cronenworth, and Kim to do up top in the 9th as the Padres are out front, 10-0. As we head to the top of the ninth inning, the Padres are out front 10-2. Want to thank everyone who is listening to us because without you guys, none of this is possible. I don't know when we will be back again to call another ball game, but I could surely tell you to follow us on our YouTube channel. What I'll do is I'll start posting a lot of those posts as well as giving you guys updates on the throw-in here. 4, 5, and 6 due up for the Padres here. The toss begin inning number 9. They have scored in 10 runs over the last 8 innings, kicking things off with the Ha-Sung Kim double to scoring Jake Cronenworth. And the first pitch to Cruz is fouled back. And then we see a 3-run blast for Nelson Cruz as we have a new pitcher for the Atlanta Braves, and Danny Young. This is in there, called for a strike, is 0-2. Danny Young, 6.75 ERA, and in his first game yesterday with the Padres, pitched an inning and a third, 2 hits, 1 error, no strikeouts. This one catches Nelson, and he'll be rewarded first base. Hopefully everything's okay. That hit the inside of his back foot. Yeah, that landed right on the back of, oh my goodness, that must have hurt. Hopefully that there's some extra protection in that shoe. Runner on first, nobody out for Jake Cronenworth here. First pitch chopping right up to second, toss it over to short, over to first, and it's a 4-6-3 double play. Get ready, great way to get out of that jam. Game 4 of a 4-game series concluding here. Tomorrow, the Braves will host the Cincinnati Reds as Graham Ashcraft for the Reds will be on the mound, taking on Bryce Elder for the Atlanta Braves. After this game, the Padres are going to jump on a plane and head on over to New York as a check swing goes wrong for Kim as he swings and a miss for out strike number 1. The Padres are going to head on a plane and head on over to New York to face the Mets in a 3-game series. The Mets will have Max Scherzer as the Padres will have Yu Darvish on the mound. Check swings. Didn't go around. It's 1-1. It's all started 2 run in the second, 3 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 3 in the fifth, and 2 in the sixth. Over 13 hits. Pitch outside called for a strike. Didn't look like Kim really liked that call. It's 1-2. Danny Young trying to send his team to the bottom of the inning. Outside. 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And that's in there. Called for a strike. And the last chance for the Braves coming up here at the bottom half of the inning. The Padres are out front 10-2 here on Sunday Night Baseball on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Stick around for the post-game show as the first pitch swinging and a miss from the pitch hitter, Eli White, pitching in for Ronald Acuna Jr. A lot of fans starting to file out of the stadium here. This one's outside. It's 1-1. Post-game show, we'll get you the out-of-town final scores, highlights, and what's coming up next for both of these teams. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Check swings, checks with the first base umpire. Said he went around. It's 1-2. It's been a really offensive game for the Padres. A couple of home runs, which we talked about. And it was also getting out to an early lead as a swing and a miss for out number 1 is set by. If you guys want to give a big shout out to StreamYard Studios, create your podcast videos, host virtual business meetings, and conduct interviews, thanks to StreamYard Studios. Try out their free version today at StreamYard.com. Also like to give a shout out to Epidemic Sound. Discover your world-class artists, composers, and bands. Find the perfect soundtrack and give your social media accounts the music they deserve. Epidemic Sound is a royalty-free music link. For more information, check out epidemicsound.com. First pitch is up high for a ball, 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's down low, 2-0. Also like to give a big shout out to Spreaker, the proud home of the audio platforms of the Throw-In. Thanks to Spreaker, we are on all major audio platforms such as Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and more. If you guys are looking to upload your own podcast, check out Spreaker.com. This one's foul tip is 2-1. Also like to give a shout out to our good friends over at Enlighten Studios. A lot more than a corporation. Enlighten Studio gives back to the community. Also, this one's lined up to second. Hassan Kim with those over to first and out number 2. Enlighten Studios wants you to volunteer in the local Cincinnati area on these upcoming festival days in June and July. If you guys are interested in volunteering, listening to some great music, enjoying some great foods and beverages, plus earning some money, email enlightenstudios.cincy@gmail.com. Last chance for the Braves. Adrianza steps up, replacing Austin Riley, fouls it back. Here's the 0-1 outside ball, 1-1. And this is just the game that just didn't go the way. I mean, I don't think necessarily that Dylan Dodd pitched terrible. He gave up his fair share of runs. It was just added on and taken advantage of. This is fouled, and it's a 1-2 count. So the Braves are down to their final strike as Nabil Krismat looks to bounce back after a not too good of an outing on Thursday night. Finish off the series strong. Here's the 1-2. Popped it up. In play for Juan Soto in left field, and that will conclude the ball game. The Padres defeat the Braves 10-2 tonight. Couple of home runs, a lot of power balls, and they win everywhere. Taking 3 games, 3 out of 4 in this series. Taking off to San Diego next Sunday night baseball, and he has available on ESPN is the Texas Rangers and the Houston Astros. Let's step aside and come on back and give you the line scores and let you know our thoughts and opinions of tonight's ball game. You guys are listening to the Padres and Braves on Sunday night, Easter Sunday night, right here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Welcome on back to the Padres postgame show. I want to thank everyone for tuning in to the tonight's ball game between the San Diego Padres and the Atlanta Braves. And this was an entertaining game, even though it lined off to the San Diego Padres side scoring in 10 runs over the Atlanta Braves 2 runs. And we have to give a lot of top performers tributes to guys like Nelson Cruz and Ha-Seong Kim, who both hit home runs. It was Nelson Cruz hitting a 3-run home run back in the early innings, and then Ha-Seong Kim coming up and just adding on to that lead separation. Seth Lugo also needs to get a nod, and this was something that we talked about at the beginning of the game, and it's about that starting pitching for the Padres. It was how long could the starting pitching go? And Seth Lugo, expecting at the back end of the rotation, giving you 6 innings, only giving up 5 hits, 1 run, 5 strikeouts. I thought that was a very impressive outing. I also have to say, okay, because we saw a combination of a couple of different pitchers. We saw Domingos Tapia, and then we also saw Nabil Krismat come back and kind of bounce back from a not so great start at the beginning of this series, where Nabil Krismat was responsible for giving up the lead and giving up the game winning hit back on Thursday night. So I thought that was a pretty nice touch that Bob Melvin allowed this squad to kind of finish off the series strong, taking 3 of 4 in Atlanta, and they're about to head on the road to face the New York Mets. And we know how dangerous these NL East teams are. So being able to pick up 3 of 4, continuing the road trip, on the right track, I think is something to hold their head up high, and they should be sleeping well tonight. The Atlanta Braves, it wasn't like they just couldn't get the bats rolling. They had plenty of hits. They had 8 hits. They couldn't get the run scored, which I think there was a few innings where we thought it could have got away from the Padres, and Braves could have went right back into it. Well, we didn't quite see that. We saw quite the opposite. And, we had a good outing from Dylan Dottie. I mean, listen, his record goes to 1-1, 7.71 ERA, and we'll talk about that in the breakdown numbers here in a bit. But, overall, I think it was a decent outing for this young guy, this young kid. Second outing of his major league career, and you're going to have good outings, you're going to have bad outings, and I think you got to be able to learn from the bad outings, and this could have been a lot worse. So the Padres picked up a victory. They moved to 6-4. They're currently in the second play. They're currently sitting second in the NL West, as the Braves fall short to 6-4. They remain in first place, but the Braves have a chance to kind of reset that clock tomorrow night as they take on the Cincinnati Reds. Now, I'm not going to say that the Cincinnati Reds are a walk through the park, because they avoided the sweep in Philadelphia, and they do have some promising talent, but the Reds do have to bounce back, losing 3 of 4 against the San Diego Padres. And a series like this can very easily roll over into the next series as well. Starting pitcher wise, Dylan Dodd goes 4 1/3 of an inning, giving up 10 hits, 7 runs, 1 walks, 1 batter, striking out 3, allowing 2 home runs. His ERA of the game is 7.71. He's pitched a total of 84 pitches, 60 of them being strikes. For the Padres, we have a combination. Seth Lugo, he wins his ball game going 2-0, going 6 innings, giving up 5 hits, 1 run, 4 walks allowed, 5 strikeouts with no home runs. His ERA drops to 1.38. In 109 pitches, he threw for a strike, 65 strikes. The Padres and Braves final score 10-2, with the Padres giving 13 hits. For the Braves, you have 8 hits. Dylan Todd picks up the loss, moving to 1-1. The time of game was 2 hours and 15 minutes, with the total crowd at Truist Park tonight was 40,138 for in attendance, with a 63 degrees clear sky, temperatures and winds moving 8 miles an hour from left to right. We'll give you the Padres with 10 runs, 13 hits, 3 home runs, 26 total bases, 5 men left on base, and 0 errors, 0 stolen bases also in that matter. The Atlanta Braves 2 runs, 8 hits, no home runs, 8 total bases, 1 stolen base, 10 left on base, and no errors. Let's step aside and come on back, and we'll continue the post-game show with some out-of-town scores for Easter Sunday. Thank you guys for tuning into the post-game show here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Tonight's post-game show is given to you thanks to StreamYard Studios. Create podcasts, videos, host virtual business meetings, and even conduct interviews. Check out their free version today at StreamYard.com. If I got to choose a player of the game, that would be Nelson Cruz. 3 for 4, 3-run blast. A great outing from him, and this was I think, key focus point and component to end the weekend for San Diego, especially for Nelson Cruz as a guy who gets picked up, and that's going to be the enlightening thing. I think, listen, I was talking about the Padres and everything that's been going on, and this past off season. Right, it started off a couple years ago with Manny Machado, Fernando Tatis, but then you go add guys like Juan Soto, Xander Bogaerts, Josh Hader, re-signing Yu Darvish for extension, Joe Musgrove, Blake Snell, Michael Wacha, and seeing Seth Lugo out there, right? Because it's going to be a battle of who really is the best of the best, right? It's all about who, there's no room for slack. And I think one thing that when you look at someone like Fernando Tatis down there in AAA, he's serving his suspension, should be up in about 2 weeks. If he's going to slack and he's going to goof off, there's no room for the Padres to have that type of player. And he's growing. I mean, he's becoming better and better, and I get that. And I guess the only one way we're going to find out if he has improved himself is if he's actually out there showing it when he's out there on the ball club. But, this Padres team has such a dangerous aspect to what they could do out there on the field, for being considered being one of the dangerous teams in the National League, to be considerably better than the Dodgers. And honestly, we're not going to be able to determine that until we actually see it. But this is a dangerous Padres team. And I think the only downfall right now that they have is a confident bullpen. And that's one thing I think had a little bit better outing this time around. And it was well needed to wrap up the series and head into New York starting tomorrow night. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard here. You guys can find all the scores on MLB.com for more information. Kicking things off in Philadelphia, and they're wrapping up their home weekend opener. Trying to avoid the sweep, the Cincinnati Reds beat the Phillies in the ninth inning comeback, scoring 3 runs in the ninth inning after being down 4-3. And the final score 6-4. The Boston Red Sox beat the Detroit Tigers 4-1. Tampa Bay extends their winning streak to 9-0 after beating the Athletics 11-0. Pirates beat the White Sox 1-0. Yankees go on to beat the Orioles 5-3. The Guardians, beat the Mariners 7-6. The Mets fall short to Miami 7-2. Houston beat Minnesota 5-1. St. Louis falls short 6-1 over Milwaukee. And the Rangers picked up the victory today, avoiding a sweep in Chicago 8-2. The Rockies beat the Nationals 7-6. The Giants beat the Royals 3-1 tonight. The Angels fall short 12-11. 12-11 final score. Toronto wins. Arizona beat the Dodgers 11-6, and the Padres finishing off Easter Sunday with a victory 10-2. That is your out-of-town scoreboard. Looking ahead into Monday, what things we have a hold of here. The Cincinnati Reds and the Atlanta Braves, we'll get a little bit more about that, but they'll take on at 7:20 tomorrow. The Chicago White Sox will be over in Minnesota tomorrow. First pitch is at 2:10 in the afternoon. The Yankees will be visiting the Guardians in Cleveland. Oakland's over in Baltimore. Houston's over in Pittsburgh. Boston's going to have the challenge to give the Rays their first loss on the season as they're heading over down to Tampa for a 6:40 p.m. Eastern time first pitch. Miami Marlins are heading over to Philadelphia. The Padres will be over in New York to face the Mets. The Mariners facing the Cubs with Luis Castillo and Drew Smyly on the mound for that one tomorrow. The Royals taking on the Rangers as Zach Greinke takes on Andrew Heaney. The St. Louis Cardinals taking on the Colorado Rockies tomorrow night. Nationals taking on the Angels in Anaheim. And then we also have the Brewers on the road to Arizona to take on the Diamondbacks. And for the free game of the day on MLB, at bat, we'll see the Dodgers and the Giants, 9:45 Eastern time. Got Julio Urias taking on Ryan Rebb for that game. All right, so that's your out-of-town scoreboard, and let's look at what we have in store for you guys tomorrow. Well, let's take our last and final break. Come on back and give you the pitching, where these two teams are headed off and their pitching matchups to wrap up the post-game show here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Welcome on back here to the Sunday Night Baseball post-game show here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. I want to give a big shout out to Epidemic Sound. Discover your world-class artists, composers, and bands. Find the perfect soundtrack and give your social media accounts the music they deserve. Epidemic Sound is a royalty-free music link. For more information, check out epidemicsound.com. All right. A couple other things we want to just quickly touch base and talk to you about before we wrap up our program this evening. Kicking things off with Enlighten Studios, much more than an incorporation. Enlighten Studios reaches out to the community and gives back, helping supporting the growth of the community of Cincinnati, Ohio. They do a lot of volunteer work, and they are looking for volunteer works this year at the Cincinnati festivals down there on the Ohio Bank River and on the levee this summer. 3 events coming your way in June and July. Be a part of the action with the crowd, the live music, the wonderful food and drinks, and the beverages. They got a Italian festival, a taco festival, and a Celtic festival between the months of June and July. And if you guys are looking to interested in volunteering, by the way, you guys can keep your own tips as a thank you and contribution for giving us your time. Email enlightenstudios.cincy@gmail.com. That is enlightenstudios.cincy@gmail.com for more information. So give a big shout out to them. And what do we have looking forward to between the Padres and the Braves here moving forward? Well, the Padres picked up a 3 of 4 game series, and they will be headed to New York to face the Mets tomorrow night. First pitch, 7:10. We got Yu Darvish on the mound for the Padres, taking on Max Scherzer for the New York Mets. Well, for the Atlanta Braves, are looking to go to bed, wake up, recoup, and get back out to Truist Park when they take on the Cincinnati Reds. The Reds picked up a win today against the Philadelphia Phillies, avoiding a sweep. They'll be taking on the Graham Ashcraft and the Cincinnati Reds, and the Braves will have Bryce Elder headed on out there to get things going on the right note. And that's going to be the right note that they have to look for. You know, you drop 3 of 4, it's going to be a tough NL East, and you don't want to wait until the last series of the year like we did last year, but this is going to be the race to talk about. The NL East, NL West, a lot to look forward to, a lot of excitement, and if you guys are baseball fans, these are things that you should be looking out forward to also. All right, that will conclude our coverage this afternoon. A grand scam of 4-hour coverage between in-game, and post-game. The Padres win, final score 10-2 over the Atlanta Braves. Be sure to tune us in on Tuesday, April the 11th, as the throw-in is back and to talk all sports necessary for a 2-hour program. All righty. That will be it, concluding our schedule. Thank you guys for tuning in. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button for more information, and be sure make sure you follow us and don't miss a single ball game action right here on the channel. All right. On behalf, a very happy Easter for everyone. Hopefully everyone enjoyed their weekend. I know I did. We'll be back Tuesday. You guys all take care. Have a wonderful night.